eventually. Turning this on. Yeah, so we're not feeling well, so I don't know how long the cam's gonna be on. But, new game. I want to put my feet up. So I hope I made this part work. Oh dear lord. How do I return? Oh my god. Why is it not? Ah! Camera angle during the combat. It's still doing it wrong. I fixed it. Dear Lord. Faster. Well, all the music just stopped. Okay. Wow, they added the turn order. Based on level. Okay. Sure. Oh, Yogi's gonna love that. Okay, so they show the accuracy and evasion. They kept the 12 turn rule. I want to see the...
敵を侮るな。慎重に。
落ち着け。騎士はいかなる時も取り乱してはならん。ドイツからやる。
我が国には正義のブリガンダインがある。
Spells can't be used after move. It shows the prediction of how much How'd I go back? Footprint icon tells you you can't do it after moving. Oh, it has an X, clearly. Oh.
貴下の者どもよ、我に続け。
わしの指示に従えば負けはせぬぞ。死の匂い。やっ
Pretty much. I'm not feeling too well, so I don't know how long the camera or the stream is going to be happening. We'll see. Hey, girl.
行くよ。せい。
くれ。
Why is there healing happening? Oh god. This is new. This was not in the game before, and it was needed badly.
Kika no mono domo yo, ware ni tsuzuke! Up!
Now, the English translation on this battlefield.
健在ぶりをお見せしましょう。大いなる魔術を見せてやろう。死の匂い。やっ
かの者どもよ、我に続け。
Okay, so they're showing me zone of control here. Oh, he's not down. Of course he missed. Yeah, that really makes him stand out, alright.
Okay. わしの指示に従えば負けはせぬぞ。磨き上げた技じゃ。おかえり。
Ouch. Why are the rewards different? Ah, planes, okay. Use the B button.
と申し。
Classes cannot be reverted to a lower class in the same class type. So you can't go back. Okay, so they return to what they were. And naturally only get one choice of path. If it splits later. Efficiency increases by 1 every time they level up. So you have to level up 4 times with something? That's what it sounds like.
イエナがこの姿を見たら何というか。Alright, we know when just enough to be dangerous.
我らが大地ルーナジア、この世界を訪れしそなたよ、見るがいい。この地では古の彼方よりひとときもマナのシャワーが止むことはない。マナはルーンの神が人間たちに与えし神秘の力。人間たちはマナを浴びるほどにその能力を開花させていったのじゃ。並外れた知力、剣を持つ手には人力を超えた大いなる力、さまざまに繰り出される魔法、そして古代のモンスターを召喚させ意のままに従わせる術さえもな。いつしか彼らはルーンの騎士と呼ばれるようになったのじゃ。やがてルーンの騎士たちはマナの力に追い立てられるように高みを目指した。剣と知力、魔法によって己の陣を広げ、必要とあらば敵対するルーンの騎士を打ち破った。いくつもの国が生まれ、そしていくつもの国が消え去った。その歴史は幾度か繰り返されることとなった。そんなルーンの騎士たちにとって最も大切なものが5つのブリガンダインだった。その鎧あるいは装身具にはそれぞれルーンの神から授かった5つのマナストーンが組み込まれてあったのじゃ。ブリガンダインを身につけたルーンの騎士はそれは他の騎士を圧倒したのじゃよ。大陸の覇権をかけた戦いは司書ルーナジア戦記に克明に綴られ、同時に戦いを通して我らが知り得たある大切な真実も記されることとなった。だがあるルーンの騎士によってルーナジア全土が統一されると、司書はまるでそれを見届けたように戦火の中に消滅してしまったのだ。この世界を訪れしそなたよ、今ブリガンダインは正義、高潔、自由、誇り、そして自我の5つ。そなたにはそのいずれかを身にまとい、あるいは身にまとうことなく歴史に倣い大陸制覇に向かう6つの道がある。そしてそなたがルーナジアの各地を手中に収めてゆくたびに、師匠ルーナジア戦記の失われたページはよみがえってくることだろう。
Hey, Asper.
しかるに統一を果たしたとき、そなたは知るのだ。このルーナジアで起きたすべての、そしてあらゆる物語を。
Alright, who we playing as? We get the normal. So we're going to play on hard mode, by the way. I don't know what a hard mode entails, besides there is a time limit and the game is harder. Yep, it is the all Great Kingdom selects. Here's your choices. We got the blue team. We got the red team. Yes, hard mode and normal mode have time limits in this game. I believe you have 2.5 years to win, which I believe is taking over all territories. Got green team. I do like green team, but I'm worried that they have no lands whatsoever. The Holy Gustav Empire. Got black team. We got purple team. I mean, if no one has a preference, I'm gonna pick the mage. In the United Islands of Morelva. So those are your choices. You got blue. You got red. You got Shinobi green. The Holy Gustava Empire. Black. Purple. The smug guy. Smug guy is probably a tank though. That's a challenge for me. But it's also like, just because the one guy, like, I don't think you're, like, the leaders are generally incredibly good, but that doesn't mean you can't have somebody else who's also good. I need to get up for a second. I hope your plans. Let's see, who do we got? Oh. So this guy starts. So let's see, we can start with 6 bases here. Oh. So he has nothing. Absolutely. Yeah, I wonder why he doesn't have one. Why doesn't I have one? Eight bases, but no mana. This kid doesn't have shit. You know what it doesn't tell me? Is what kind of character everybody is. You see that? It's not telling you what kind of character everybody is. This guy has everything. Maybe I'll just be green. I'll be team green. I like how it wants you to play on easy, but that's a terrible idea. So they actually let you see custom. There's a whole bunch of options here. We're just gonna go with Bard. Oops, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Long ago, these women used their form of witchcraft. Shinobi magic. Oh, drive away all the men. Oh dear. So the legacy of the village is once a woman turns 18, you bathe in this spring. Oh dear. Oh dear, too hot for Twitch. I don't know, there were like nymphs or dryads in the prior game, so that's my guess as to what's happening here. Indeed.
Oh my goodness. レイ姉さんが魔術。何よ。あんただって今。
I want to get to the fighting.
ご苦労様。いよい。
So we're having a kid. Oh, and we're using magic. Magic, and there's a child. Knock her out, apparently.
メデッサ。
タリア、落ち着きなさい。
そう、なんですって？タリア。
Sorry, I'm skipping through all this. I want to play the game. Oh, we got a healthy baby. Great job. They're kind of like Shinobi warriors. Actually, like that's kind of what they look like.
タリア、あなた。
この里で。
Oh no, it's a male.
すぐに母親と引き離し。
Oh no.
タリア。
Oh no, someone's named Meg.
メグ姉さん。
Oh no. It's a cruel law. Oh no. They really don't trust the males. Oh my god, there's more exposition. So they're intelligent. They're for hire. We're on guard duty.
これじゃあ今夜は遊べそうにないな。ちょっとレイ姉さん、遊びすぎ。狩猟やメデッサに知られたら大変だよ。ふふんだ。城の外に出た時ぐらい男と遊びまくらなくちゃね。タリア、あんたも一度男の味を覚えてごらん。白龍の湯なんかより全然いいよ。やだもう、レイ姉さんたら。
No. Can you see this? Okay, good. I'm glad you can see this.
静かにしないか、忍び。
Oh boy.
あら、忍びと呼び捨てかい
Not
に
sure
さ
if。any more of those happen.
へえ、見ればあんたも雇われ者だね。まさか旧ハザム国の男ってわけじゃないだろうね。
ハザムの流れで悪いか。
そいつは残念。私はね、どんなに2枚目でもハザム系の血が入った男は勘弁してもらってるのさ。
そいつはお互い様だ。
なんだって？ちょっとレイ姉さん、やめなさいってば。
これは忍びの里衆。シドのやつめが何か失礼なことを申しましたかな。
申したも何も、女性を相手にするときはもう少しお上品にしていただきたいものですわ。ねえタリア。
タリアですと？それじゃあマザー・デラの娘。
あら、よくご存知ね。母とは面識があるんですか？
いや。わしは傭兵頭のヨーゼと申す者。この通り長く諜報活動をしておりますからな。忍び族の今の狩猟のことぐらい存じ上げておりますと。
Oh. And suddenly something happened.
あれは
グスタファのやつらだ。
なんですって？
Wait, weren't we supposed to be security? It's the wolf.
タリア、ハザムの男なんかに負けちゃいられないよ。
Oh, Raya wants to prove herself. Uh-oh. You lose Ray.
離せ！
Well, that's not good. That's a problem. Man, I missed all of that before. All I did was hit start.
兵を挙げる？タリア、一体どういうことです？
マザー、母さん、マナサリージアとガイムールではルーンの神にまつわる財派とモハナ派の対立がいよいよ激化。ノーザリオのルビーの三世王が亡くなり、グスタファはノーザリオの拠点に進軍。それにグスタファがあんな動きをしていなければ。
確かにレイがあんな風に死ぬこともなかった。
母さん、そういった動きに目を背け、今まで通り雇われの身に甘んじていてはまたレイ姉さんのような悲劇を生むばかりだよ。
タリア、いくら母と子であってもマザーに対し少し言葉が過ぎますよ。
母さんはずるいよ。
タリア、
だってずるいじゃない。母さんは今のまま。
なのに兵を挙げようとしない、そう言いたいのね。マザー、それはこの女たちの里を守るため。タリア、お前にもそのことが分かっているはず。
でもそれじゃあおばあちゃんたちよりもっと前の代が追い出した男た
Uh-oh,
ちと
Talia.
同じじゃないか。
Let me guess, we're gonna play Talia.
男たちはハザムが小さな国だから
Talia's like the only one that let's change this.
大国に立ち向かうのをやめ、まるで奴隷のように貸し付いて生き延びようとした。その結果自由を
I think it
奪わ
already
れ、
said, to be honest.
我ら忍び族の誇りは地に落ちた。
Every time I played this game, I hit start and skipped
外
all
に
of
はヘラ
this.
ヘラと従順で、里に帰れば女たちに当たり散らした。だから女たちは城を作ったんじゃなかったの。どこの国とも自由に渡り合えるようになるために。
自由に。
我らの里に伝わる自由のブリ
Oh,
ガン
that's
ダイン。
great. Oh my god.
母さん、私は
Oh dear.
敵が自由を奪いに来るのなら、その前にこの自由のブリガンダインで戦いに出ます。
So we get that to start. Is it an item? And so, well, there we go. We have the item. We'll go conquer the world. So, well, so we get dudes too. A half wild bazoo, half fairy master. Okay, and lastly,
タリア、もう一人私の娘を失うわけにはいかないわ。
oh, you get your mom
メデ
too.
ッサ、
ヨーゼ殿、それにシドとやら、娘レイのことではお世話になったと聞いています。
心中お察しいたします、メデッサ殿。出立のこの場でお悔やみを申し上げるのははばかられますが、ご令嬢、忍び魔術の使い手として まこと感服した最後でした。このヨゼとシド、少しでもお役に立てればと馳せ参じました。
礼を言います。タリア、マザーからは逐一報告するようにと。
ええ、分かってるわ。母さん、ずるいなんて言ってごめんなさい。私は母さんがやりたいと思っても狩猟としてできないことをやるの。いつも見守っていてね。
さて、ぼちぼち出かけますかな。
みんな行くわよ。
We play the game now. Thank God. No. No, I want to say the original was made by Atlas. I do not know who made this. Doesn't it? But no, they totally, like, broke this little piece off at China, and they broke this little piece. It might be the same company. The original map was pretty much just a Pangea, with I think like one island in the southwest or something. But it's mostly on par with the... No, one of them had a little chain of islands. But I think this just the zoom out having squares makes me think of more. But yeah. Alright, so what do we have here? Move command, okay. And we talked about quests. Filling all equipment slots with items the same rarity boosts stats. Okay. Okay, so this is new. I'm actually allowed to see what the battlefield actually looks like. You're only allowed 200 monsters. So we have no revival stones. Okay. What summons do we have access to? Goblins, unicorns. Wyvern, Mandrake, which has that numb powder. Imps, okay. Centaur. Well, I mean, it's just a Pangea map. Mandrake also, we already had Mandrake. Centaur and Gigas. Like the Cyclops is pretty good, I think. Ghouls are something. So mobility is spaces moved. I'm assuming strength is going to be damage? Elementals looked pretty strong. Dragons are probably quite strong too. Angel is probably quite strong as well. So I'm going to be focusing on Dragon, Angels, and Elementals. Yeah, I gotcha. I didn't say you were wrong. Doggo's probably pretty good too. Golem is Golem. And what did they give us for troops? Well, someone already has that equipped. A bunch of Gigases. I'm confused. Are they just shared across my whole thing? They must be shared across my whole thing. That's everything I want to know is what are your abilities? How do I see this guy's abilities? Units. Doesn't help. So you're currently a barbarian. Attacks without an element are affected by the number of orbs, but not element color of the orb. Okay, yeah, some of the equipment has rune stuff. Oh, that's an interesting radius effect. Another one hexer, okay. So, combat, by the way, you get 3 sets of tunes, so right now I'm sizing up, like, what are we fighting with? So here's my mage, my happy comfy mage. You're a sniper, I like you too. But you're all centaurs. And these guys are probably garbage. Okay, so I'm probably going to move these 2 into the one on the right, the left. These 2 are going to go to the left, and then I'm going to figure out what needs to happen from there. Where are the attacking points? So it's going to be everybody goes here, otherwise, I think. Middle, okay. Another caster. Sonic combo. Where's my character? Some kind of samurai. And I wasn't in here? There it is. Here's Talia. Oh, she's a freaking healer? Oh no. Heals based on damage, though. I do like that. Okay, that's a move I can get on board with. Area heals better than you think it is. She's just a dumbass healer. I'm unimpressed. I mean, everybody gets 1, and then everyone gets fired. Poison, okay. So, we attack here, I'm actually going to need more backup because that's really a choke point. This is also a choke point. Like it opens up, I get attacked from many different directions. So both of them. So who am I sending here? I'm going to send 2 here, so I'll have 4. There's 5 knights here. 5, 6. I'm probably going to unpack from here, and we'll try to go westward, maybe? Keep somebody on the frontier? Okay, I think I have an idea. The other thing is, you see this rune power. I need to figure out how much money do I have. I don't have much in reserve. Ooh, I can get a rock? Yes. Oh god, there's achievements. God damn it. I just want to see where I can summon an angel. 340? They don't have enough. It might just be summon another rock. Wyvern's cool too, actually. When I can't get the dragon. Wasn't there a dragon? 280. Not enough. A lot of mana income though. So we're gonna summon here maybe? Oh good, they actually show it now. They didn't used to show it. I really think she's going to be an absolute fail as a cleric. What's Halo do? It does have bonus XP. Okay, that's potentially abusable. So we spent all of our money. How many saves do I get? Cool. So we should have requested. So I'm not even allowed to switch stuff around? Okay. Wasn't expecting that problem. Okay, so let's load. That rule changed. So what's going to happen here is we're not going to make an attack this turn. I don't have enough. It's not possible to make an attack this turn. Oh. This could be bad over here, to be honest. I don't know, we'll see what they do.
ガイムールの
いかにも大統領の娘エルザ・ウ
No
ザー
problem.
タリア様ご存知でしたか？
ええ警護の任務に出た時たまたまお話ししたことがあって
ヨーゼ殿その
はよそのエルザ
She wields a powerful sword.
威力の全貌はこの足に
ムールエンジ
確かグスタフの変だとか言ったな。その時に
Uh-oh, they're from the Gustava.
シド
So.
お前さんの嫌いなそれは美しい女騎士だそうだぞ。
やめてくれ。
まあ冗談はさておきタリア様何にしろ
なんですって
つまり手にしたものが自分
Oh,
自身
the
を使い
sword
こな
is
せる
magic.
器でないと見か
まさか剣が攻撃してくるとでも
あるいは
そんな
タリア様私がもうこのルーナジアの大地では何ですから
一刻も早く大陸の
仰せのと
We gotta win quickly.
「バレエというものが
自由
いいえステージ申し訳ありませんでも恐れ入りますエルザ様のお父上それに隣国のノーザリオ王国ではルビーの三世王グスタファ神聖帝国
I know, right?
タリア
Can we play the game, please?
さっきエルザ
さあ
About the ballet? Oh, God. So we found garbage. A bunch of XP. You'll notice these level ups don't really mean a lot. Care about that one. No.
自然の息吹を感じるわ
All the centaurs got a level. So nobody attacked. Interesting. So now they have defenses there. I don't know, we're gonna see how it goes. Now that I can summon what I want. So now I'm debating who I want to take into battle. I don't think you're going to be very good. Well, it says right there, so I got a Hunter, an Enchantress, and a Barbarian. I like that. So you are allowed to, like, move stuff around. So I need... Well, let's see what we need to rig up over here. Who do I want to fight with? Remember, you only get 3. We definitely want the leader. What's a bazoo knight? Seems like crap. How much MP does he have? Okay, so I'm gonna bring 2 swordsmen and the leader. What's a temple knight do? Mandrakes sure have maybe Mandrake's okay. So I got a free Thunder Dragon. I have no idea what CP is. So I need like 60 worth of stuff, and she can take a whole nother thing. What is their cost? Okay. Where's the summon 2 button? Alright, what am I looking at now? Combat power. Interesting. Oh, he's 1 short. Something like that. Alright, so those 3 are set. Unless they can fit a 55, and they can't. They cannot. So that means everybody else that I want gets thrown. Yeah, that seems to make sense, doesn't it? How would I know where any of the hell these guys are? Okay. So we have to be ready in the event we get attacked back. It'd probably be the healer. Do I have enough to actually defend with? I guess so. Yeah, I have 3. Alright, so the one that is doing absolutely nothing is this dancer. Alright, so we're back over here. Now we gotta figure out who's actually fighting over here. It was the top 3. Flipping the chicken. Anything I can summon here that would help them. Aren't there like a million archers? There's a million archers. And now I'm out of money. Alright, we're ready. It only took, what, 90 minutes to get to the point where we're playing the game? Alright. Highest total combat power gets to go first. Alright, time to get our asses kicked. The highest leveled knight goes first. Hey, Brood. At least I'm not farming rare drops. You can in this game. I'm yet to think that that's a good idea. It wasn't in the first game. How you doing, Brood? I was in the waiting room this morning, and I realized you didn't have a stream, and then I had to go. So a few rules for how this game works. If you're on the defense and the match goes 12 turns, hey, guess what? You survived. Oh, well, your schedule didn't even say you were scheduled. I'm not feeling well at all. I haven't felt well for days. Hopefully that's... I don't know. If a leader gets taken out, all their shit runs away. If you take out a ruler, the fight's over, you win. Monsters are permadeath, or at least basically are permadeath. Leaders come back, but they retreat. And you can get your monsters captured as well. Turn order is not CT based, it's war game based.
始まるぞタリア。俺の速さにしっかりついてこいよ。
それはこっちのセリフ。シードこそ女に負けたって後で泣き入れないでよ。
Never heard of.
まあ何でもいいけどよ。もし不利な状況になったらすぐに教えろ。退却できるよう俺が敵を引きつける。
This game, you mean? The original's great too.
そうじゃねえ。もしものことを言ってんだよ。いいか？絶対忘れんなよ。
The best part is it's like Crystal Project. You can just skip all this text. Text is it's war, win the game. But it has a decent story, but it's basically like war stories. Oh, look at this guy. Why didn't I play him? Why can't I play him? That is a character right there. Alright. That chart's important. You know what? I'm going to take a picture of that chart. Picture acquired. You don't need them. I don't know why you need them. What drops do you need? So at the moment I can move the people who are linking. Well, there we go. That makes the game so much more tolerable. So we got this dumbass bridge, which may end up being a liability. Mousing over anyone tells me they're, well, there are some nice things. I really appreciated it that they removed all of that in the, in Waddles 1.3. Because farming is lame. So I think we just move forward here. And we're gonna hope that they're dumb enough to go after the bridge. Oh. I mean, it was your decision. You were under no duress to need to farm items like that. It's not required. But in mine, Like, all of the items were basically removed, so... So we actually get to go last. By the way, we're playing on the hardest difficulty as well.
さて、どこから崩してやるかな。
How bad is he in? Oh, he's really good in the forest. Okay. Well, unfortunately, we're not in the forest. Stay the hell. Didn't send me the thing. Did it have heroic bracer? New item, kinda neat. What does it do? What is this? You're a wyvern? You can go in front. Now the goal here is we want to protect our best units. The garbage ones. Yeah, that if I don't have that exact item, there definitely were items that did that. And there probably is only like 1 or 2 of those. Inter Milan getting a they got a PK in extra time. Alright. Yeah, that accessory slot, you're gonna want like 3 accessory slots, and you aren't allowed to have 3 accessory slots. It's a shame. It's a crying shame. So you'll notice that there's an aura around each of my leaders. The leaders carry the crowns around their lettering. That's important because any of their units, ribbons are very good. The only problem with ribbon is, in many cases, I also wanted the item slot to do something else. You never want their monsters to be outside the radius because they'll just get destroyed. They can barely even do like cleanup work. I think I made the right decision bringing wyverns here. That's exactly the problem. What's this Mandrake's dumb bill? It's just a man-eater. Can't go in the water. He's just a waste of time. Turn 2. Yes, it is. It's basically exactly the same thing, with far less explanation, and did not have a tutorial. So, AI is smart. AI did not take the bridge, which means we're gonna have to take the bridge. Oh, this game also has Zone of Control, which I don't think the original did. Oh boy, I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm gonna save. We're in hard mode, like, one wrong move, we just lose. Like, what are we up against? Ghoul, Goblin, whatever. I'm scared of this Temple Knight. Yeah, original's PSX. This Kodal is a problem. This guy, I noticed he's got like 100 more health. He's got water things too. So we need to stay the hell out of the water. A lot of the other stuff he has, oh, he has 3 demons. We're gonna lose, by the way. We're gonna actually lose. I'm not even sure how we approach this. I mean, do we just get in? Whose turn is it? Can I, like, get people here? Let's try that. Okay, I don't need to read all of these. Lasalia. What's Lasalia? Yogi got to like the second or third battle in chapter 4. And it wasn't so much as stuck as he stopped farming and stopped playing. But like stuck in whatever his current idea was. Let's just move it up like this. Oh, he can't fly. Hey, guess what? You're gonna get moved up. Oh man, it's Yogi. Oh dear. The man can answer your question himself. Yogi's like, why play PoE when I could just... Well, that's right, he's talking right about you.
Yeah.
Heavy thrust is bad. Is that their leader? Oh my god, Jose just got... By the way, the XP table in this game does not take, what do you call it? Before I just lose everything. XP in this game is not on 100 scale, so for instance, he just got, you see it. No, that's not it. Where's the XP scale? I think the XP is how much more is needed. Yeah, so I think the XP number is how much is needed. The holy guy where you start behind... Oh, that fight! Oh, I want to see Brood. You need to get to that fight tomorrow. I want to see you do that fight. Have you... I mean, do we need to like mute this game for a second so I can describe for you my strategy? Like, you don't even need to watch the VOD. The 60-something hours of VODs. I can just give you... can just give you the actual this is the actual we're gonna mute this and you're gonna get this is how you beat FFT 1.1.3. This is how you do it.
As conceived in 1632 by Portuguese printing press operator André Felipe, boxing was a gentleman's game in which two men would square off and regale each other with stories monotonous for days on end, until one of them fell to the ground from boredom or exhaustion. Over the next few years, the new sport developed a respectable following of a few hundred local socialites. It was Felipe's son, André Felipe, who developed what he called the punching strategy in 1637, after seeing a schoolboy strike another in anger, causing him to fall down. When André Felipe challenged the then champion, British expatriate Sleepless Bill Bishop, to a match, Bishop was the odds-on favourite. You can imagine his surprise when, while he was describing what he had had for breakfast that morning, André walked up and thumped him in the neck, sending him down for the count, in the parlance of our time. While it was universally agreed that the boy had violated the spirit of the game, officials were unable to find any actual rule that punching violated, and were forced to let the victory stand. This upset caused an uproar in the boxing community large enough to spill over into local newspapers, which drew the interest of many outsiders to come see what all the fuss was about. The newcomers were enthralled to engage in these borderline barbaric displays of human strength and skill, and the rest is history. After a few spoiled sport school moms, single-minded about safety, added the padded gloves, of course. Today's boxing enthusiasts fantasize about a newcomer that would rock the ring the way Felipe did. Calcification of the modern rule set has essentially locked the punching strategy into place, but it's easy to get caught up in the fantasy. Young scholars with big dreams often enter the ring with their crazy new trick, usually a variant of hypnosis. And though they've achieved the occasional victory, none of the gimmicks have been robust enough to make it to the big time. The real wonder, though, is that Andre Felipe's original vision of boxing is still around. Gentlemen's boxing clubs can be found in cities all over the world. You can visit one most any day of the week and see two erudite gentlemen exchanging pleasantries in the ring. Most people only come to watch a few hours of a match and then leave. But every once in a while you'll find amongst your elders a stout fellow, a die-hard fan, who perhaps witnessed that historic battle between Felipe and Bishop, who for love of the sport must stay to witness the last glorious seconds of wakefulness slip away, only to return to fight again another day.
You now understand everything there is to be understood about the punching strategy. Oh, I don't want to go there. I'd say I quit jobs I don't like, and here I am farming for this dumb item I won't even use. Don't farm it! Just don't farm! Don't farm, man! Man, these tail whips are not good enough. So I'm gonna hit for 60. I'm gonna get hit back for 162. Oh. Gotcha. I don't know, I think my best shot is to just take this guy down. I don't like the damage coming back. But he's a level 1 unit. He's fully replaceable. This guy's a level 8, and I didn't want to lose. As you can see the difference. This guy being level 8, he does 20 more damage. Just farm a vault of currency to someone like Scrooge McDuck and never spend it? Oh dear. So I guess the question I need to figure out is, where is... What else am I gotta get this guy down. Getting this guy down makes all these guys go away, and that gives us a numbers advantage. And this guy can't use his breath anyways. That's my unit. The problem here with this dragon is that you really can't, like, we got bridge action. What's the new league? What is the new league? She has enough MP. No balance changes, okay. Well, where are these other people moving? Okay. Just screw around on the bridge. And I got wyvern problems, so I probably need to station a wyvern to help guard. Ah. Doesn't that mean you kind of already know exactly what you're going to do, though? I can't have her exposed, so it's gonna have to be something like that. He's a high-level wyvern? No, it's a hired one. Why is his attack back so bad? It's powered down. Is it because of zone of control? No. This is the part I haven't figured out yet. Is no one has an element, right? They're both airborne units, so they ignore the terrain. So why is the one guy's attack back? So the left is my... I'm going to do 87 damage. If I lose this Wand of Wishing D1 game, I should just retire from Wizard. Oh no. It happens. I still think having Magic Bane is more important. Like, low AC is a really good start, but I think once you get Magic Bane, a lot of the things you normally can't just deal with, you can just deal with now. Just Elbereth everything, and then anything that you can ever hit gets so screwed up with status failures. Like, that weapon's really good. And then, like, the next completely busted thing is to get your quest item. Because once you have your quest item, you can just, more or less, you're God now. You went from demigod to God. You can just cast, like, you gain so much mana now that, and keep in mind that as your int goes up, like, there is a point where you will get a little bit more magic regen than you do at the very start of the game. So that you'll be able to cast a little bit more often. But it's nothing like having the thing. Looks like we're both kind of stuck here. Ouch, dude. So those chains are showing the zone of control difference. Alright, Jose. Jose needs to bail me out here. How much damage is this? He's gonna get an attack back. But my attack is way stronger. So the ones that are glowing, you can only move the person whose turn it is. And they don't tell you the names in the right-hand side, but that is the current turn order. So I'm going to go, then their B is going to go, then my A is going to go, and then my C is going to go. But I'm just looking to see if I have any kind of breath weapon or any distance attack on this character, and I do not. So let's go. Let's dance. Because the thing that gets the kill shot is the one that gets all the XP. Well, not all, but they get a lot of it. Wait a second, he's bad in the lake, right? Yeah, minus 20 accuracy. But does Thunder Breath always hit? Never misses. That's what we want to see. This will let us kind of reticulate our splines here. How bad is an attack from this going to happen? Actually, not that bad. Okay, I'm less scared of the water situation now. I'm just debating where I want to... So zone of control is a thing. Like, you aren't allowed to move through somebody's zone of control. You have to move around it. That's what's designated by the red hexes. And the chain designates that all of your zone of control tiles, I think, are blocked or nearly blocked. You get the surrounding attack that these guys have. And by actually know what it is, that they can't move. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I think it means you only can move one tile next turn. Not opposed to this attack. Oh, glad you got it. Oh, is this straight dropped? Oh, right, it's poach. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, this centaur is about to become a really good centaur. Oh, he crit! Okay, so now what's happening? We got this guy. What are their moves? That does a bazillion damage, but it's only to adjacent things. I'm looking out for casters that can bop my stuff. They're all stuff that has to be next to.
さて、どこから崩してやるかな。
What does he have the down thing for? Out of command range. Well, you're about to see what happens when something goes out of command range. He's not taking as much damage as I thought he would. Oh, sorry, he's out of command range because he doesn't have a buddy. He lost his leader. I don't want to lose this wyvern, so what we're going to do is actually bring him back so there's not a surrounding attack. What would this damage even look like over here? It's actually not bad. Question is, how badly do I need them? Very tempted just to sack him right now. Very tempting. What else does he have? He's got this Quetzalcoatl, a wolf. They're two champions. They really don't have a lot left. Just debating, because like attacking with him is probably losing the wyvern. I can afford another wyvern. Oh, he's out of range too. That was a big error. Oh no, he's not. He's not out of range. It would have I think it would have warned me. So the reason I'm going after these demons is they have a spell that deals a lot of damage at range, and what I don't want to have them happen is have them all set up shop and all attack the same person and lose us the one fight. Is there anything else for her to do? Because this guy's just garbage. You're a unicorn. Can you heal? Yeah, you can heal. I don't need to waste, 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 I don't need to waste,
先読みすべきね。
Probably just gonna post this guy up here so they can't play zone of control on me. They just post him here. And this wyvern is really the only thing that can do anything. Codal, I should say. Let's see how hard they go for that general. That's what I figured they were gonna do, is just kill this guy. Maybe give me an open look on something else. That quotal going down is probably pretty significant. Big miss. That's a big miss. Now I have the bridge all jammed up. Venom is bad. But if I can get the healer in there, like I figured, I'm gonna lose both these wyverns. Well, that's a good one too. Well, it's a bad one now. Oh, I'm just gonna get wrecked. So how many A units are there? There's about as many as there are C's. Okay, so I got issues here. Water is such a problem. He has a 3-attack move. That's incredible. I kind of want to go for the Quotal, but the minus 20 to accuracy is because we're standing in water. Do I take the guaranteed kill? The answer is probably yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go with yes. Is he seriously out of dudes? That's it. It's just... Yeah, because the one wyvern's out. I think he only had enough for 2. I can do a hell of a lot of damage to that guy. But in return, he's gonna get bopped. What I would really like to do is
ど
get
い
him
つが
out.
一番強いんだ。
So that's probably what's going to happen. I'm going to retreat him.
どこから崩してやるかな。
今よ、一気に畳みかけるわ。
This question is, will we even be able to kill the Crota? No. So one important point in this game is generally any cast that you do, you won't get, you don't get to move after. Generally. Not bad if I put him in. I don't really want to. Wow, he's going to do a hell of a lot of damage. Why? Double element. I mean, yeah. I mean, the answer is yes. Oh my god, and I paralyzed him. That's only a 20% status chance. That's really good. I should have protected my high level better. This guy's paralyzed, can't attack back, so... It's a lot of damage. Nice crit. But I think I'm going to lose this secondary wyvern. But that's okay. I didn't want to lose the level 9 wyvern. Level 2 wyvern, I don't really care. So I'm a little bit out of order here. I'm not sure anyone can get in range. That's the best shot I have, apparently. He can't get in on the other guy? No.
いつが一番強いんだ?
I'm very tempted to just blow this at him. Who else has a turn here? So the priest I want moved up.
どいつが一番強いんだ?
I think I'm stuck doing something like this. I'm letting the mandrake do its thing.
相手の考えを先読みすべき。
Alright, unicorn out of magic. That's cool.
今よ、一気に畳みかけるわ。
I'm gonna set her up to use area heal next turn. He can't use his abilities. Your lord, he's gonna crush right back. Oh my god, I didn't look at the hit rate. Well, that's a bloody disaster. Why is the power so low? Oh, we're outside of the range. That green range. Very low hit rate. This is why I normally like having a caster with me. These guys are gonna do too much damage. So he might just do nothing. Way too much damage. Oh, they changed this rule. This time, if the invading side is a unit on the castle hexagon, invaders win. So, we have to take and hold the palace if for some reason there's no winner. Generally in a fighting battle in this, generally somebody wins. Oh. That area heal is going to be real good this turn. I guess silence didn't work for that. Here's another venom. So Thunder Breath is uncounterable, by the way. Very tempted just to take this kill on the Quotal. I could also attempt to take him out, and that would cause us to possibly steal the Quotal as well. What are my other choices here this turn? Because everybody's going to get to go. Oh, they actually show in the top right the things that work with one another. So red hits green better, and green hits blue better, and blue hits red better. C doesn't have any units left. He's got one. This quotal being here is a real problem. This guy can't do anything. Low accuracy. He's flying, so that he avoids it. What are my other options? Who are you? You're a dragon. Can I just have you acid breath and win? Not quite. Probably. I think I'm honestly just gonna go for it. Nice. Oh, he doesn't. He has enough for another blast, right? Yeah. So we're actually going to move him down one. And I think area heal's the best move here. It'll heal everyone, so... This guy's out of magic, so I'm not really sure what he's supposed to be doing. He doesn't hit for anything. No one can get to this tile because of zone of control rules. Oh, is that telling me that I get an encircling bonus? Is that what it's trying to tell me? Yeah, that's what it is. Encircling bonus, not that strong. Unicorn, not good at this. Wow, he didn't give up. That's a little bit surprising.
混戦だな。
Yeah. So everyone should get 200 flat XP bonus for winning.
戦いを避けては通れない。
And we captured a ghoul for free. So I lost. The only thing I actually lost the value was the level 9. We're heavily outnumbered on this one. Oh dear. We'll see how that one goes.
あら、みんなすごい顔。そんなに待ちきれないの？いいわ、行くわよ。覚悟なさい。
進軍開始。皆の衆、案ずるでない。このムーアがついておる。あらゆる戦場の変化を捉えるのじゃ。
大丈夫。死なせはしないわ。
いいでしょう。
Oops, wrong. I'm doing the wrong guy's turn. No.
Makasete.
さて、どうしようかしら。
No, that's not what I wanted to do. Nothing's in range, that's why I couldn't. What are you? Okay. All the hunters should be in her thing, because she's gonna just blaze through the woods. I need to fix that. I think it was a capacity issue. I guess they're just gonna all stand there.
いいでしょう。任せて。
So we don't get to use the woods. That's okay.
さてどうしようかしら。
Well, I mean, you lose the battle if you lose your control of your tower, so I'd do much the same. They have definitely improved the battlefields in this to where that's a very defendable position. Like if you had a whole bunch of water stuff and a whole bunch of archers, like what am I doing here exactly? I guess the other question is can I just ford the river over here? That's actually a consideration. I wonder if I'm allowed to do that. I'm gonna try. Oh, they are moving. We got a dragon, a lizard man. Well, that's why a lot of these are not going to care about the state of the thing. Do I let them come across? I kind of don't want them to just have free reign here. Yeah, they can get in the water. The issue being is, how far can these idiots get? Okay, I can get far. I can only get right next to here. See, we basically blew like 3 turns just screwing around. Here we go. Well, I guess if I could walk up and hit him for 150 and only get hit back for 89, I think I'd take that too. Oh lordy. Well, we're gonna lose. Yowza. Get back with feint at least.
かしこまりました。
やるわよ。
We gotta take down this elemental. Who else is in your party? This whole front group. Gigas I don't really care about. The rock I don't care about. The imp I kind of care about, but not really. It's hard to get him to level 10. That's the only caveat there. It's a pretty good hit. accuracy down though, and I don't know why. Why is it down? Because he's got an element and you don't? There's the skills? I don't know. Still, like, I gotta take the risk to hit that. Him going down is too important. It's too many of my guys. Well, this rock can't attack back, so that's pretty much a free attack I need to take. What can this Gigas do to this elemental? It's pretty good. Low hit rate though. Well, he can hit back. Was that status must have been cleared after it was hit. Yeah, this hit rate's way too low. Yeah, I gotta just take a chance at hitting him. Oh my god, that was really good. Game needs to remind me again what, let's screw this up just because I don't know how to... Hammer angle... I just want to know what feint means again. What did it mean, combat? I can always see it in the menu, huh? I don't see it. I don't see it, so I don't know what feint means. Yes, tell me what that means. Unable to act. Ah. Once they take damage, they're no longer paralyzed. That's what I figured happened, but it was hard to know that for certain. Why is this hit rate so bad? This is a really sad hit rate.
私の力必要なようね。さて、どうしようかしら。食らいなさい。忍びの極意に近づいたかしら。
So prism shot can be used after moving. And it can't be countered. I think I have a winner here. What are her moves? Snipe shot. Okay. Cover our flank here. Only issue is I need to make sure this rock goes down. It may just stay in. It's actually really tempting to get the Gigas right in the middle. Because he's just a level 1 dweeb, so it's not like he's gonna... Big miss. Ouch. Why can I not see what these units are? Oh, they're just an imp and a doggo. You have nothing else they can get over. Let's go. You jammed it, so now I'm gonna get you. Could miss. Rogues are a bit shifty. Attacking enemy leaders is like gives you way more experience than not doing so. Alright, let's see how wrecked we get here. That's kind of bad. These early missions, it's very difficult because we don't have massive choice as to like what units we want to use or what we think is good. We don't really have any classes that are upgraded. So as long as we don't like lose all of our predetermined here's some good units. Like anything that's like a level 1 thing is almost entirely disposable. Silence on her is a problem. Question is she going to advance so we're going to clear it off? Well, that's going to stop your advance because you can't. Oh. Prism shot number 1.
さて、どうしようかしら。
So what's happening here? I'm using all my saves. She's B. B doesn't have a lot of units in it. We've got a silenced angel, so that's already very no bueno. And she'll just get wrecked. So that's kind of a waste. I got this guy up still. I just don't care that much about B guy. Like, what else does B guy even have in this fight right now? A ghoul, an imp that's already used one of its 2 spells. I kind of need the Cyclops out of here more than anything else. The Cyclops and the Elemental. Who else can move still? I really just need the Cyclops, like, way out of here. Nah, take way too much damage. Protect costs 61, of course it does. Assuming I hit. Well, I actually hit.
任せて。任せて。そうね。やった。
I don't really see a reason to press that attack.
任せて。
Watch how much XP this is. Oh, it was only 3. I figured it'd be 3 or 4, at least. This guy just doesn't have a lot of health left, so I'm kind of just trying to use him as a shield. Like if I bring him in, they can't get over the bridge, right? And that keeps them off the elementals, so I think I'm going to do this. Kind of using those guys as walls more than anything. They lost their big unit, so I think it's going to be very difficult for them to, like... That's a problem. That couldn't have... Wow, that hit 5 things. Well, that's a problem. Maybe we run away. So that Gigas is just screwed. Everything here is screwed. Now we might be able to like feign a withdrawal here and just back up. And just get anything that tries to advance. But we're in rough shape here. Of course.
Yeah.
I did get his big thing though. So when we come back... Oh, that's great. So everything gets damaged again. Okay, so I lost both Gigases. So what did we learn? Gigas is really bad. Oh yeah, wolves have reconnaissance strike, meaning they can attack and then they can run away. I forgot about that. Well, if we lose that elemental, this is probably reset worthy. So now the question is, do we retreat? Or is this salvageable? Having no healer, this is probably not salvageable. You can't heal, right? Yeah, you're bad at this. I mean, I got a wizard that has half their stuff left. If we could get to the wizard, it'd be a much different story. But I think we honestly need to run away here. There are no health bars left. Like, could we ever possibly hold this? I don't really see it. No, I think we need to save our stuff and just abort the attack. I forget the rule for this, so we're just gonna see what happens if we lose stuff or not.
さてどうしようか。
Lame.
私の力必要なようね。ごめん。
As long as stuff doesn't get left behind, we're good. Alright, so she's out. Jeez. I don't really see a pick off here. Yeah, just this guy. Alright. So they get a bonus. They do get that XP bonus. And I want to say all the AI stuff gets doubled in this. But I lost 3 things I don't really care about, and I took out some of their higher XP units. So I'm not exactly unhappy with this. Oh my goodness, more exposition.
アンクルトビー？ええ。もともとは我らの保護種バズーだったようだけど、なんでもバレット族の妖体に頭部を噛まれたとかで。まあ、それで人間の言葉を？そう、話せるようになったらしいの。タリアったらバズーには近づいちゃいけない決まりになっているっていうのに、この私にはペラペラと洗いざらい話してくれるわ。そんな掟破り、マザーの私にはそうそう話せないものね。それでなのね。あの子、術の切れ味がとても鋭くなった気がしてたの。あれだけアンクルトビーと森を駆け回ってるんですもの。忍び魔術にも生きてくるわ。メデッサ、修行に役立っているぐらいなら多めに見ておきますけど、でもくれぐれもバズーたちの生活に深入りしないよう釘を刺しておいてね。え？バズーはことのほか家族意識が強い動物と聞くわ。タリアはいずれ私の後を継いでこの里のマザーを務めなくてはならない。分かっているわ、マザー。 いいえ。デラ、タリアが不正というものに関心を持ってしまったら
Oh
困るの
dear.
よね。メデッサ、時々心配になるの。来年には一人で外の任務に就かせなくてはならない年齢になる。でもまだまだ子供で好奇心も人一倍強い。だからふとしたことであの子と会う男と出会ったりしたら。デラ、大丈夫よ、デラ。あなたにはいつも私がついてる。メデッサ。
Eventually the game runs out of like exposition and like the game just goes. Oh, quest results. Didn't I just send everyone on? Wow. That MP plus 12 is actually important, believe it or not. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the spell usage. But that So now the question is, well, we still have this invasion over here. This particular spot can get invaded by 3 different places. So the question is do we want to attempt to defend that? Why does your city... Uh-oh. Yogi's playing Civ 3. Uh-oh. You need prefixtures. You need the, it's under the sword. You need prefixtures, and if the little red flag, like, if stuff doesn't have workers in it, which means that you need, like, housing somewhere near it, where a worker walks by eventually, there is an overlay at the top right. You can click on the overlays, and see the fire risk, and that'll show you, yeah, desert levels are going to have more fire than not desert levels. They're not walking by stuff soon enough. Would it help if I showed you? I can switch over to that rather easily and show you. Here, I'll show you how to manage something like that, because that'll help you understand the game without having to read a million manuals. By the way, I got Caesar 2 working. Well, I already had it working, but I figured out how I did it before. And I got Pharaoh and Cleopatra both working marvelously with a high res mod, so I'm very happy about that. Where is Caesar 3? But let's flip this for a second. No. Well, let's see if I can give you a little 101. A little 101 of Caesar 3. We just started Eat It Up. We just started. I don't know why I have no game volume noise. Did I mute it on this end? No? Oh, there it goes. Oh, I have the sound. I have the music muted in this game. So let's just open up the part of the end game here. And let's just put it on real slow or slower. So okay, so you have overlays up at the top here. And with these overlays you have, you can see all kinds of different stuff. You can see tax income, and you can mouse over stuff and it will show you like how much they paid in taxes and stuff. So if you go to risks and go to fire, we're being attacked. Are we really being attacked? No. Maybe we are. If we are, I'm not going to worry about it. So you see right here, when I'm on this overlay, it makes everything hide that isn't related to this overlay. So for instance, here's a prefixture. You see that there's 6 employees working here. So it will produce the maximum amount of walkers for time. These little columns for it says negligible fire risk. Yeah, you can trust that. When they start getting higher, that's when you need to start getting a little bit worried. And you'll see as these guys walk in front of a building facade, it'll make them disappear. And so this is kind of an ongoing thing that happens. I saw you were playing Grim Dawn. Use a key if I die. Oh no. Uh-oh. Is that the kind of game where they get harder as they go? So I hope that helps. So you got, so like, I would say many of these buildings, they're good for, depending on, see, I usually built a lot of enclosed areas so that I know that they're never going to walk outside of that area because I use a gatehouse. But that's for the random walkers that spawn that have no destination. That's what these prefixtures do. So if you have lots and lots of intersections, I guess since Yogi, you'll probably want to know all the gory details. Any building, yeah, they just need to walk by. And any building, whenever it spawns a walker that's considered a random walker, they look wherever they're supposed to spawn. And there are rules where they spawn. Everything typically in this game works to the northern tile unless it's blocked, and then it goes up and back until it finds one. So I think the spawning tile for this particular one will be this right tile, but that doesn't matter too much as long as it's not like you have literally, don't wrap things entirely in roads because it'll always be north. But for instance, in this case, this house is going to look at the tile where he spawns and go, what does 8 tiles away look like? And kind of like, what's the closest thing I can path to create a route somewhere where this tile 8 north matters, and do the same thing for 8 to the east, 8 to the south, 8 to the west. So there are 4 for every random walker in the game. I'm getting killed while this is happening. There are 4 random walkers. Game, shut up. Just shut up for a second. Okay. It's just going to be slower. But anyway, so there you get 4 every time this guy spawns. He'll find this north path, figure out wherever he's going with that, then walk back and then spawn again and then do a different route. So in this case, when I have them all enclosed, I know that he can't get outside of this gatehouse. So he looks 8 to the south and 8 to the east and go. There's no way to get to any of the nearest road tiles that are over here. So you're basically just spawning 1 or 2 routes in these, and I have a very good idea where they're going. That does not mean that you need to use gatehouses to control, but gatehouses will constrain random walkers, and gatehouse is this guy right here. So the other things is damage. Again, you need engineering posts, and those need to be about as frequent as the prefixtures, because they prevent buildings from just straight collapsing. And I'll get back to your thing in a second, eat it up. And you can see all the other coverage from stuff like this. Other things to know is that there is a functional difference between pipe access lets you place fountains and stuff. Anytime you right-click a house, it'll tell you the next thing that the house needs. And the only way houses grow up in Caesar 3 is like the markets that grab food and resources for the housing. They only grab immediately what they need, so at the beginning it's food, and then eventually pottery. And you notice that there's kind of this left to right hierarchy here with the bottom 4 luxury goods. Those are the luxury goods that upgraded housing will need in order. They will not grab furniture, oil, or wine until they are satisfied with pottery. Once the housing is satisfied with pottery and grows up, then the market will either grab furniture or it already grabbed it, because it'll basically get like the next good in line to help it grow faster, but it's not going to grab wine if they're nowhere close to that. There's another factor that housing needs something known as desirability. Desirability is basically there's a land value attached to every square. So one interesting overlay that may be useful to you is the commerce desirability. And desirability basically tells you how high that land is. So that once they're satisfied, are they even allowed to build a larger whatever villa, palace? Okay, I need to stop getting killed. Can I stop getting killed? It's just really annoying. All right. So back to desirability. So okay. So when the desirability, no, it eat it up. The reservoir only covers that blue area. From that reservoir, you can build a fountain, and the fountain has a little catchment area. That's the area that actually gets water. All the reservoir does is gives baths and fountains access to the water system. This does not give anyone water. If you want to give anyone water in the game, you can just build a well wherever you want. And that's the first thing that any level of housing requires is at least well access. But any good upgraded housing does not want well access. In fact, it's undesirable. And that's the thing, is a lot of these buildings, you have to keep in mind, like, yeah, the walker might go about 40 tiles, and if you have a kind of a sprawling city, really 20 tiles is a little more safe because they're going to be going in different directions. But the key thing is this desirability thing. Many of the buildings, people don't want to live next to the market, although it's really not that bad. They don't want to live directly next to granaries. For the most part, if something's at least 3 tiles away, that's a bad influence. That isn't like war. Like, they don't mind that so much. But anything that's butted right up against them or 2 squares away, in a kind of a square radius, then like, they don't like schools, but they're not going to make medium level housing without schools. So the way to combat low housing levels is you can build plazas over roads, and that gives desirability to everything immediately adjacent to the road. Better houses next to other houses, nicer houses, give desirability to the I would imagine, like, all the hay and because they have all the whatever they're using to pull the carts and stuff, in whatever setting you're in. But yeah, so like this one will tell you when I right click it, hey, I can't upgrade because there's a chariot maker. That doesn't mean just demolish the chariot maker. It means like I need to build like a statue, and build the statue as close as you can, even a small one, because you usually only need a couple points of desirability. If you need a ton of desirability, the Senate provides a lot of it, but I think you're only allowed 1. The Governor's Palace requires road access. That's the one nice thing about statues. They don't require road access. Fountains do not give desirability. If you really need the sheet, I can show you the sheet that has the list of desirability, but basically I just build large statues as close as I possibly can to the buildings to raise the desirability. Keep in mind, these cost a lot of money. Other things to note is entertainment is basically a point scored system. So the better so like theaters are certainly worth something, but like I think the top level stuff wants all the entertainment, or at least that's the way it's scored. But it's basically scored out of like the theaters are worth like, out of 100 points, the theaters are worth like 20. Amphitheaters are worth like 30. Coliseums are worth like 30. Hippodromes are worth like 50. So don't. I actually have a list of the things for. I had closed it. But there, I can get you, if you want to know the explicit rules about housing, desirability, and like what the numbers are. But for the most part, you need to know that whenever you build those housings down, they're only going to develop to the level that you help them develop to. And markets are going to grab food first before they grab luxury stuff. So like to get to the, like your ultimate goal is to make these luxury palaces, and notice they're 4x4. So if you don't build, like one of the things will actually tell you, hey, the area is not big enough for me to expand into. I would grow, but I can't. And that's not necessarily the worst thing, but if you're trying to build palaces, well, they need to be a 4x4. Very few, like 2x2 gets you to like mid-level. Yeah, the first missions are hard, Yogi. I used to get crushed by them all the time. Then I really learned the game and all the things I'm telling you, and lost a lot. There's way more than one way to do all of this too. So like, don't think that, because I did it this way or Kazakhs did it this way, does not mean. Kazakhs found it a little bit easier to do the war missions. There's actually a lot of strategy to the war stuff. I'll leave you to figure that one out, because for the most part, it's all about, you're probably going to win if you have a good amount of force, but you can win with a lot less forces if you think about what a lot of the units do and kind of how they behave. Keep in mind when they're on defense, they have like this is sort of a thing with the Roman Caesar games and just the mythology in general. The anything that's in the tortoise or any of those heavy legion guys that are standing in defensive position have massive bonuses. So don't just run everything in. If they come into you and you have like things shooting at them, or you're able to cavalry charge into their rear or something, there's a lot of different ways. Get inventive with your war stuff, but do make sure that they're somewhere near, because the game will actually tell you where the enemies are coming from. So like here they show the crossed swords, so I know my city's here. Everything is basically coming from the north and the west. I don't know if you noticed it, but when you turn the map, this button reorients it to the north. So I know that north is up here and west is over to my left, meaning that all of the war stuff in this map is going to come from this area and from this area. And that's very useful because you don't want to build, like, you're going to lose because it's going to be mad. Like, you don't want to build right on top of what they're telling you is your, because they're just going to appear, and if they'll basically stand there for a month and let you get organized. That's how pitched battles in the back in the ancient world worked. But if you build a wall or you build stuff right here, they're going to consider that you engaged, and they're just going to start rampaging your city. What else do we need to know? It's explained in the manual a little bit, and I don't think you have or are going to read the manual. So you have all of these theater, amphitheater, coliseum, and hippodrome are all going to produce walkers, just like how the prefixture does. And they all, for the most part, most walkers go about 40 tiles if they're constrained to just walk in a straight line. Obviously, whenever they hit an intersection, they're going to randomly decide where to go, and that can be bad. But those all come from the theater. The Gladiator School, Lion House, Actor Colony, and Chariot Maker do two things. Whenever I click on this Coliseum, you'll see it says Animal Contests run for another so many days, and there's currently no gladiator combat. I kind of did, Fortuna. So the Coliseum, all of these entertainment structures that provide the entertainment, so to speak, they give a base value. Like a Coliseum, let's say, is worth 20 entertainment to anything it walks by. If a gladiator and an animal, each of them that come by, and because anytime you build one, so like I have one somewhere. Let's say here's one. Here's the gladiator school. This gladiator school does two things. He spawns gladiators. There are certain walkers in this game that are called destination walkers. This guy will spawn a walker. In fact, I'll even show you on the overlay. Entertainment, Coliseum. Notice there's no Coliseum in my palace row. However, I got lions and gladiators walking out because they're walking over to the hippodrome that's all the way over. You can't see it, but this is the hippodrome right here. And here's because I have the Coliseum thing on. And here's the Coliseum. So Coliseum walker spawns. He walks in this entire group, and he's giving all these guys Coliseum entertainment. Great. Now the trick is that on top of that, a gladiator and the Lion House also send walkers that when they spawn, they find the nearest Coliseum and go, I'm going there. I will walk through Gatehouse. As long as there is a road to my destination, I will walk there. And anyone I walk by gets the same entertainment as if they went to a regular Coliseum. The bonus also, so that's really nice because I know this is a one-way road. I don't have to build a Coliseum here, which is a little bit undesirable to my palaces. But yeah, so these guys will walk, and then not only that, but when they get here, they actually boost the amount of entertainment that Coliseum provides. As long as it's been so many days, basically as long as these are here. If I had an animal contest and a gladiator, like let's say the Coliseum gives like 50% more entertainment. And the same thing goes for actors' colonies, to amphitheaters and theaters. I think amphitheaters too. But for sure amphitheaters. Chariot makers go to the hippodrome, which is a massive. Hippodromes are massive amounts of entertainment. Like you see this amount of entertainment, but the hippodrome is like off. It should be off the charts for a lot of these. Well, it's higher, but these guys have all the forms of entertainment. So you'll see their form of entertainment. Excellent access to entertainment venues, and this is sort of the decay. But if you have columns this high for entertainment, like these guys only have access to theater and amphitheater, and you see their columns are a little bit less. But the overall number matters as well as the access to the number. entertainment's a little bit weird. Early on, they're only going to require just some form of entertainment. Later on, they'll require more. What else do you need to know? I think that's about it. Education. One thing to note, schools have a very, very small radius because they spawn like 3 or 4 kids when they spawn. So instead of them walking like up to 80 tiles or something, they walk like 20 tiles. So just beware that many areas you're going to have poor school access for some reason. You're just going to need more schools. Or really constrict the way that they walk. Like this one, I know that these kids are going to walk exactly over that tile. Taxes are important, but the way this game works is making a lot of mediocre housing. Like I'll show you the difference here. Of course, nothing's been taxed this month. Let's show you one that actually has tax. It may have been okay. So, for instance, these are upper class housing, but they're the lower tier of them. It's middle of the year, and they've collected about, was it $200? They collected about 200 denarii from the better ones here, and you just need a forum. I think Senate also puts out walkers, but forum's the primary way. These luxury palaces will collect about $1,300 in tax revenue per year. And these were small little huts. Well, not even huts. I think they're like just, yeah, they're the medium insulae, which is like right before you start giving them oil. You've given them furniture and pottery, but notice that they only give, they're only giving me about 33 denarii. 33 versus 700 for half the year. So these each produce about $60. These will produce about $1,300, and relatively. That's also how prosperity works. Prosperity is basically an average of all the housing in your entire city, from the worst tents to the luxury palaces, but it's heavily overweighted towards the very upper class housing. The middle housing, well, if all you had was middle housing, they're worth about 50 to 80 points, almost on a percentage scale. Meaning, this goes right down to the prosperity number. So like tents are worth like 5. If your entire city was tents, your number's literally going to be no better than 5, because that's the average of your housing. The average of the luxury palaces, one of these luxury palaces were 1,750 prosperity points, whereas these middle level housing are only worth between 30 to 80, depending on whether they're on the lower tier of medium and the higher tier. So if you have to get a very high prosperity number, you're going to want to try to basically having a lot of medium housing is nice, but in order to kind of peak and like in the later scenarios get to like 70 and 80 prosperity, you really need to have palaces because they help alleviate being stuck at like 50. Another thing to note, and you'll love this, I'll give you one more pointer. Actually, I'll give you 2 more about how granaries and warehouses work. Once your people get wine, they no longer work. That's right. All of these people no longer work. All 200 occupants of the luxury palace no longer work. That's why the medium housing is kind of nice for prosperity, because it sure weighs down on you less than tents would on your score. And so so the last thing is, so there's every granary and warehouse you build has special orders. The little X will set it so that everything on the list, it doesn't accept that good. So generally when I build stuff, I want to know what's going where, so I don't let things just randomly accept. So the first thing I do is just check it off. None of it's accepting. There's 2 other commands. One is accepting. Accepting means if anything that's working nearby needs to offload their stuff, it'll be accepted into the warehouse. The warehouse is not going to go out and get goods. If you click on getting food, or whatever the good is, for the warehouse is exactly the same. It's an exception, but this part it's the same. Getting food means I'm going to go from a granary. I guess a warehouse is the easy. We'll start with warehouse. So I'm going to accept timber. I'm going to go to any other warehouse that has timber, and I'm going to put it in my warehouse. With one weird caveat that I'm going to leave at least 4 timber in the other warehouse. So one common way to move stuff around the map is to let, like, where my timber farm is accept timber, and if I need to go for some reason build furniture or store timber somewhere else, have it get timber. It'll grab them 8 at a time, as opposed to how most carts in the game only push 1 at a time. It'll come grab 8 and put them in that warehouse. You can do this for your wine, your oil, so you can provide various areas with what you would like. But keep in mind, a lot of warehouses, especially ones that go 1 good at a time, take up a lot of space, and each warehouse and granary only has one cart that can go do this at a time. So if you tell it to go get 6 things, it's going to take them a long time. And they will travel warehouse to warehouse. They will ignore roads and travel anywhere on the map. No limitations. Granary to granary is a special situation. Even if they're set to getting goods, if they're set to accepting goods, they must require road access between whoever's giving them goods. Same goes for warehouses. Whoever's giving you goods, whoever's giving the warehouse or granary goods does need road access. But granary to granary, like if you want to go farm somewhere, I'll give you another little hint. If you're farming something here, okay, this guy's set to accept, but over here, this guy's getting the fruit. So in theory, in a world that doesn't have massively constrained food situation, this granary over here has to have road access. Through gatehouse is okay, it's a destination walker, but he will walk all the way over here to go pick up food from the granary. Also bear in mind, like, again, there's another rule here. There needs to be at least like a minimum there. Like, there's always going to be like 4 resources in the warehouse you're grabbing stuff from, unless you click the button that says empty, but you shouldn't need to do that too much. That's like if you really just want to clear out the warehouse and delete it. The other thing is, if you want to import food, this is another tricky one that will matter in some scenarios, or you may want to do it. To import food, you go over here, you go to your trade menu, so you have to make sure the trade route's open. I can buy 25 a year. I click on it here and it says imported, but you just go to the trade menu. Trade menu, click on it, importing goods, you're good. So now you know they're coming. You have to pay for them, but they are coming. So over here I have one. No, this is actually Caesar 3. It's just Caesar 3. Yogi the Monk, you might get the... I just beat the game. There's a stream yesterday of me beating the game. I think it was yesterday, the day before. But Yogi has been chosen to be the next Praetor, and apparently is playing the game now, which is cool. So yeah, so you got the warehouse. So the warehouse is... The traders are going to always dump this stuff out of the warehouse. They're not going to dump it into a granary. And the special rule here is... so I have it accepting wheat. In fact, it also can get goods. That's fine too. As long as it is willing to accept them, the traders will dump them there. So they dump all the wheat there. If you want to actually feed your people with that wheat, you got to build a granary basically like right next door. Have it accept wheat. And what'll happen is their cart loader... Then here's this tricky thing. It's not 8 at a time. It's 1 at a time. So if you really need that food for some reason, you might have to build multiple granaries next to that warehouse to dump it faster. But he'll take his little cart and he'll just keep going up and back and filling your granary with the wheat that was imported, or whatever food. That's because your markets are not going to feed people with food out of warehouses. They'll only do it from granaries. Any other burning questions, Yogi? I think I gave you the whole down low. The other thing you need to know is raw material producers, like a timber yard, and even stuff like olive farms and stuff. They produce about 10 cartloads of whatever it is they make a year. And that's a 2-to-1 ratio. So 2 furniture workshops will eat up all of 1 timber yard. There's some exceptions in scenarios, because normally 1 fruit farm would feed 160 people, or any non-wheat fruit is going to feed 160 people, in theory, but that depends on how long it takes for them to offload all their product. If they're walking forever to the nearest granary, it's going to be slower. But on the non-northern scenarios, so the further you go, when you go to the north scenarios, you'll know because there's wolves. Um, those farms are only going to produce 160 as well. But in the scenarios you start the game at, you'll notice that if you build too many wheat farms, you just have wheat coming out of your ears because they have doubled production. They make 320 instead of 160, and they're an exception to the rule. Whereas most other things are all the other types of food, and there's no differentiation. Like the game actually goes for wheat before other things to feed people basic needs. There you go. What did I miss in chat here? I like the cow emote. There's the whole, yeah, we talked about the water. Don't worry about me. The Monopoly game looks interesting. Oh, we were talking about Grim Dawn. I'm guessing any good drops in there, but most of the game's drops are garbage. My strat has been to prioritize anything with an on attack range of this since I'm a mage. Oh, you got a doggo to tank. Alright. Yeah, Yogi needs to put out the fires, and you're giving Togepi energy. Remember Sheldon? Remember Sheldon from Garfield? Alright. Yeah, Kazakh's never figured out the Hippodrome. The other thing about the Hippodrome is that it does require road access, and the road, there is a door at the front. The sides are not, those don't work. And when docks happen and fishing wharfs, they'll tell you about those. I think they pretty much tell you everything you need to know. At least insofar as, like, this building does this thing. And I think I told you how everything feeds stuff. Oh, no, I think that's everything. Anything interesting in here? You can prioritize your workforce in here if you run into trouble, like, hey, I have way too many buildings built and people are leaving and I need to, like, feed people. You can prioritize stuff. Gods and prosperity, they both hover. Oops, like whether or not the gods like you is based on like a rolling target. So like there's an equilibrium, and based on what you have, they will. So like right now, Neptune's only irritated, but he would, if assuming I had no oracles and I just had 0 for Neptune, he'd get really pissed. And basically every month, every few ticks, his rating will just continuously go down. So like if you're above the rating that you're currently given, well, it'll eventually move its way up. And if you're it should be way below it, eventually you'll make them very, very mad. And that's similar to how prosperity works, except like prosperity is only checked at the end of the year. And if it tells you your prosperity rating is rising, that means your housing is better than what your prosperity rating shows. And that's the baseline. You cannot go any higher. Like this, there's one thing you learn from this: to understand how prosperity rating works, so you can actually win your mission. You will never improve it any other way besides your housing. That decides what the ceiling is for how high you can go. Now, how fast you get there, the acceleration vector, if you will. Like if I'm at 50 prosperity, but I should, if all things settled out, my housing said I'm at 83 or even higher. Well, at the end of every year, it basically gives you 2 points for free, and then up to 8 other points for bonuses, and a few other for negatives. So you can only gain a maximum of 10 prosperity per year, even if your housing's all palaces, and it should be well over 100. But just if it says your prosperity rate is rising, you're good. It'll keep rising. If it says you're limited by your housing level, you know you need to improve your housing level to get a higher prosperity. Peace is based on, well, peace. That includes like things lighting on fire, things burning down, buildings collapsing, disease. Any time that people are in flux in your city, food insecurity, and of course getting invaded and getting crushed that way too. All of those things hurt your peace rating. But again, it works similar to prosperity, where like anytime you win a combat or something, or at the end of the year, it basically says how much stuff burned down. Did nothing burn down? Then your peace went up. Favor, that's simple enough. Pay your tribute. Bribe them sometimes. Don't forget that you can carry money over from one scenario to another, and you can actually give a gift to the city to help you get a boost at the start of some more difficult scenarios. culture is based on that one updates every month, and that one's based on basically citywide coverage of all your entertainment and your schooling. And that one's actually probably the easiest to raise because it changes every month, whereas these other ones don't change that often. And in the case of prosperity, you're generally chasing prosperity at the end of the mission, and then can go, okay, I can just drop a bunch of theaters somewhere and make sure people are working them. Because there's a component to entertainment we didn't talk about. One component of entertainment is not only the walkers walking by, but it says right here, it says how many people can these things entertain, and that's a citywide coverage. There's basically 20 points of the 100 points a house can get for entertainment is just based on citywide coverage, and that factors into your culture score. So if you're at the end of a mission and you badly need culture score, just do what it says. You don't have enough theaters, just plop down 1,000,000 theaters. Just make sure they work. They don't need to actually go to people's houses. Similar to religion, it's a citywide thing that they don't tell you about. It's just kind of hidden in here. So once you can entertain your whole population with whatever, you already have the maximum number of points that you can get as far as bonus entertainment for a house and towards the culture rating. Same goes for children with school and academy, because usually you'll have way too many libraries because they actually give a plus to desirability, and all the earlier buildings are libraries or schools. It'll tell you they need school or library access. But at the end, I need to plop down 10 schools because there isn't enough. I had tons of people move in, don't have kids, coverage for kids. All right, so that's pretty much everything you need to know. Oh yeah, if you're importing stuff, like you want to import timber for some reason, and you have no furniture makers, they're not going to give you much timber because it bases it based on how many you have. But I don't know, if you play it or something, I'll certainly will watch and give you some pointers. But I think that's everything. That's all the gotchas I think that you need to know. Anything else in the game it'll warn you about, I think. But that's the don't trust this menu. This chief advisor I never use. I know how to look for problems with the overlay. Like, obviously, if you have no workers, you should know that. If you're losing money, you should probably know that. But, like, it's always going to say religion and entertainment, like they're demanding for basic better access. No. You want to right-click buildings and know what the area you're working on is missing. All right, that's my spiel. Enjoy Caesar 3 and all of its grandiosity. It's an amazing game. What an amazing game. Do we have time for one more of these? Because I'm kind of running out of time. We can try one more quick one. I might have to stop, though, because I have about 20 minutes, basically. So do we just defend here? Because we have to defend here too. What if I just move into that? And then that would, well, that makes it even more of a situation. I really can't attack, can I? I don't have any consumables, do I? No. So she can take a unit. If I could make like 3 or 4 units here, that'd be ideal. How much money do I have left? Not a lot. Hey, Norwazi. Wrapping up in a few minutes. Might do another turn here, we'll see. This is the hot new game. For me, anyways. Is he water? No, he's grass. And I guess this is okay. Is this guy an upgraded class? Numb Bite, Numb Powder. He doesn't look upgraded. Yep, see, he's not upgraded. But I'm kind of out of money, so... And this guy's just out of stuff. What do we have here? A bunch of doggos. I see that. Nice. This game's really fun. How much money do I have left? 2. And so far, this new edition's pretty good. Oh, what did we unlock here now that we have access to this garbage? Maybe I can get mermaids. A giant snake, which is new to me, but they seem very watery, which generally says bad, unless you're on water. This kid up here has nothing. I kind of want to just invade him. I don't know. I don't even know if it's the same people if they made... Oh, it's available on Steam. Don't even need a... You don't even need a Switch. Unless, like, you want to be super mobile with it. Wow, that's pretty incredible then. I'm just really constrained here. Like, I need a turn to get more units. More than I need to take stuff. But I want this because it looks like really easy to take. If I come from over here, he's just going to be pinned. I like that. And then, okay, I have to deal with another front. And I have 3, 5. I have 12 things, so in theory I could guard all of them. It's just some of this is going to have to be split here, which seems bad. I'm guessing the thing that's blinking red is we're going to attack you if you don't build more things. That's what I'm feeling. They need a summon multiple button though. That really needs to happen. I think the old game had it. And I'm not allowed to move the okay. You don't have any extras. 1, 2, 3. You do have an extra. I could use another Rune Knight, basically. Alright, I think I've done a move here. We'll see if we can get a fight in. That's probably going to be me for the evening. Hopefully Yogi will play some Caesar 3 or something later. That'd be cool. We're going to attack with these other 3, but they're already here. Really? They have... You can go find it. It does exist. It does exist. It's like called the Grand Edition or something. I'm not... What's interesting in this one, I'm not allowed to reorganize my peoples. See how this goes. Oh. Well, I don't have Grand Edition. So we killed his Cyclops. Let's see what he has left.
私の美貌に見とれてたら
進軍開始。皆の衆案ずるでない。わしの指示に従えば負けはせん。
We've definitely made some improvements to the AI in this one too.
死なせはしないわ
It's still not perfect, but the fact that I'm on hard mode is I'm feeling that, and I'm feeling that
さあ行くぞ。
they're not as willful to just lose positional advantage. Also, combat rules were
どうしよう
changed.
かしら私の力
Like
必要ない
taking the castle now actually wins the fight, so they're more liable to defend that. I liked having oh. It's too busted for me if there isn't some type of punishment for like using certain like all dragons or something is like overwhelmingly powerful. Yeah, the game's fine. It's just with the difficulty. The difficulty on this, I haven't broken the game yet, so we're only a couple months in. But I don't feel like I have an overwhelming. Yeah, multiplied. Yeah, I remember that. So I must. Maybe that was changed in a later release. I don't know. I don't think that's how it works in this.
あらゆる戦場の変化を捉えるのじゃ。
So we brought a bunch of archers, and I'm hoping that we fight over the bridge
私に
again,
ついてきて
and I can just archer down his best unit and then start plucking people off left and right.
さあ行くぞ。
We do have an imp to deal with his casters, just to hopefully get
さ
something
て
down.
どうしようかしら
やるわよ。
私ね
I Man, these guys have obscene movement in this game. I do have an entire regiment of archers, because at the beginning of this, I really didn't have access to wolves, and I really didn't have access to other stuff or the money. But they gave me like 3 archers, and I'm sitting... This particular base had archers available, so I just bought more archers. And they also only take up 35, like the original. Rune power, like your capacity to put stuff in. Oh, excuse me. Now we're getting to meat and potatoes here. Yep, it is. You actually have different options at the start. You can even customize the difficulty. She casts, right? Here, this is what color coding does. I have to get out of the menu. Color coding highlights your army and theirs. But it doesn't have a lock, which I don't quite understand. Come on, game. Let me go to the correct school. Yeah, everything feels very small, and I was trying to fix that, and there's no way, I don't know any way to fix it. I'm going to attempt to block the bridge here. One issue, I should have probably seen if the other one had a healer. Healer would have been better. Well, now we have one hella jammed up bridge.
Minna, 私についてきて。
さあ、行くぞ。
さて、どうしようかしら。
Oh wow, that might be juicy enough to actually go for it. Yeah, I think I am.
食らいなさい。
These little elementals dish out so much damage. It's crazy. Who else has a turn yet? Oh wow, he's pretty effective. Low hit rate though. There you go. Sounds like a plan. Debating what I want to do here. It's so juicy to get that one down, and all my guys go next. I just don't want to lose my elemental. I think the Mandrake is completely expendable. Where's it? Oh, that's outside the range, no less. I don't have any good. Yeah, rocks are in this. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Man, their hit rate is so bad. This poor Gigas, man. He's just been a loser the whole time. What's the range on silence? 1 to 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't really do it. I could go here, but that's a bit risky. Is it? Is it that risky? Oh, this guy's right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, I got an answer. Oh, he can't cast it in the same turn. Fine, put it on him. 40%? That's so bad. It'd be better just to protect on something. Are there bees that have to move? No. The one has regen. I don't think I want to actually move any of them. Unless he can move. You can only class change outside of combat. But whenever something hits level 10, you basically can upgrade them. Alright, let's see how wrecked we get. That's about what I need. Ugh. Yikes. We might end up retreating again. But if we get XP out of this and kill some of the stuff, I suppose that's some level of gain.
どうすればいい？どうだ？
Whatever. You can't really... Oh, that's annoying. Oh, man. 86, okay. Paralyzed. That wasn't too bad. The Geno Flame was the scariest bit of that. Whose turn? Enchantress's turn. So paralyzes until it wears off? Turns. It's not the one that takes damage and it's off. So I only have one target here.
私の力必要なようね。食らいなさい。忍びの極意に近づいたかしら。
Of course. I felt like I had to try, though. Don't really have any good movement options, because I didn't move the Mandrake, but it also keeps, like, everybody else out of harm's way. It does it. Very tempted just to burn them. Not how I want to be using that guy. Well. It's just all kinds of bad. Who's bees? I'm just afraid he's gonna get routed if I don't retreat. This guy's paralyzed, so... I just wish he had a way to heal, and he doesn't.
Makasete. やるわよ。
Can't silence. Of course. Why bother? She can't quite get the kill. What are my other choices here? He's a level 1, so it's not really important that he lives.
私ね。これも自然の恵みね。
I hope we don't get wrecked.
わしの指示に従えば
I'm just afraid of what his magic spell is gonna be. Ouch. Might just lose my as long as it's not a good one. Oh, he's just straight dead. It's a bummer. I wish I could see like what was just killed, right? Because if he's my really good one, we're just done here. Exoblast. Oh, sorry to you.
死なせはしないわ。これがバレットの力。
I think we just needed a retreat. Yeah. It's just this guy is too loaded at the start for us to really like. How much magic does he have? It's kind of dumb. It was dumb in the original too, but this is probably a reload. 152 MP. Where's his MP? So he still has a high damage single target spell left. Let's see, do I still have my high level centaur or are we just done here? We are done here. Alright, I have to go anyways. I'm not gonna be able to finish this, so have a good night everybody. Maybe more tomorrow, maybe I'll play a little bit offline, we'll see. Pretty cool new game, I am enjoying it, I like it. I can't believe either that they've remade this game. But I need to eat and do things that I normally need to do at this time. But Toad's playing tactical stuff. Let's go say hi to Toad. Xenonauts. Then probably Kazakhs and Yogi, I'm assuming, will be on later. Maybe with Caesar 3, maybe? Hint, hint. Let's see. Have a good night, everybody.